Okay, welcome everyone. We're going to call the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees to order at 5 o'clock. Okay, I'm going to take roll. Trustee Canova. Here. Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Students Trustee Suresh.
Here.
And I am here. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Angélica Benítez, mi compañera Catherine Hertel y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la noche de la mesa directiva. Esta junta está siendo interpretada en español por el canal de Zoom. Si desea escuchar la versión en español de esta reunión, por favor haga clic en su pantalla en el botón que dice interpretación y ahí puede seleccionar el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrá seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Rotterman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
Thank you. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that our graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamian Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. May I please get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Okay, Student Trustee Suresh?
Yes.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh also voting yes. Guidelines for public comment. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right of freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Okay, we're going to start our meeting with some recognitions. Item B1 is the recognition of Peterson Middle School for Project Cornerstone Award. Mr. Rico.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. I have the honor tonight of presenting two recognitions for our district. The first is a recognition of Peterson Middle School for Project Cornerstone Award. Peterson Middle School received a Project Cornerstone 2026 Asset Champions Award in the Caring School Climate category. Project Cornerstone is a YMCA program that builds developmental assets to help youth thrive. Founded in 1989, Project Cornerstone is a community initiative with the mission to create an environment where all adults support youth so they grow to be healthy, caring, and responsible adults. The program is structured around 40 developmental assets established by researchers at the Search Institute. So developmental assets outline the positive experiences, relationships, skills, and values that children and teens need to grow into thriving adults. The Asset Champion Award for Caring School Climates recognizes schools that foster a safe, respectful, and responsible school culture where students feel empowered and heard. What makes this recognition especially meaningful is that Peterson was the only middle school in Santa Clara County to receive the honor this year among all schools implementing Project Cornerstone. This award reflects the intentional work of Peterson's staff and students to foster a caring, inclusive school climate where every student feels seen, supported, and connected. The award was presented to the Peterson team at the Asset Champions Breakfast in March, and we congratulate the Peterson Pirates this evening. And at this time, we'd like to welcome the board and Dr. Wright down to the floor, and we'll present certificates to the group. And then we will call up the Peterson administration team as well to join each of the members being recognized tonight for a photo. Dr. Wright, we're going to have you here because we're going to hand the certificates over. Okay. Okay, first up is Jenna Cano. Okay. And Lisa Freitas. Marina Fidani. Did I pronounce that correctly? Did I pronounce it? Okay. There you go. Tina Barla. And then Principal Mr. Rick Hayashi shared with me that the entire Peterson staff really is involved in this work. And so accepting on behalf of the entire Peterson staff is Mr. Hayashi and Ms. Kenneman. All right. Congratulations, everyone. We're going to have you come together for a group photo. There's a lot of you, so you're going to have to stand close to each other. And then board, you're going to stay where you are for our next recognition this evening. Our next group, we're recognizing Peterson Middle School again and Wilcox High School counseling teams for earning a RAMP designation. The American School Counselor Association, also known as ASCA, recently announced that Peterson Middle School and Wilcox High School's counseling teams earned the designation Recognized ASCA Model Program, or RAMP. RAMP schools represent the highest standard of comprehensive school counseling programs nationwide, with fewer than 1% of schools earning this distinction and fewer than 0.5% in California. Peterson Middle School and Wilcox High School were among the first in Northern California to receive this esteemed distinction. Schools must complete a rigorous multi-component application process that includes 1 year of data on classroom instruction, small group interventions, and targeted closing the gap supports designed to remove barriers for student success. Peterson's after-school English language learner homework support, newcomer integration, small groups, and social-emotional learning classroom lessons help them stand out as leaders in equity. And Wilcox's academic success groups focused on helping Hispanic students meet college A-to-G eligibility requirements and classroom lessons on college and career readiness for all set them apart in the application process. Schools must also show active collaboration with administrators and advisory councils, getting input and feedback on their programs. The RAMP designation highlights school counseling programs aligned with the ASCA national model, which, as shown by research, has measurable impact on student achievement, attendance, behavior, and college and career readiness. Peterson Middle School and Wilcox High School will both be honored at a recognition ceremony during ASCA's annual conference this July. And we congratulate the teams at both Wilcox and Peterson. And this awesome group gets even bigger, so we're going to have a fun time taking the photo together. We're going to call you up one by one, and then we'll ask the school administrators to also join us for the photo. So we can have Lisa Freitas. And Amarina Fidani. Tina Barla. We have Christina Nelson Watkins. Adam Rios. My high school counselor, Mr. Michael LaFleur. Andrea Cabello. Stephanie Chavez. And Miss Glenna Hall. And we're going to ask the principal teams to come back up and join us, as well as principal from Wilcox, Mr. Brandon Wall. Okay. Congratulations, everyone. This agenda item is still open. I think we have a couple of comments on this agenda item. Congratulations. Let's go right here. Okay.
Reported.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay. Congratulations to everyone. It's fantastic. So exciting. I have comment cards for this item, B2. So I have comment cards from Angela Keyson and Haley Hartwell.
Good evening, board, Dr. Wright. My name is Angela Keyson, and I am a long-term parent at Santa Clara Unified School District. Currently, I have a senior at Wilcox, and I have a senior in University of Miami that also went to Wilcox. Our feeding school is Brawley, Peterson, and again, Wilcox. I have spoken many times about the importance of our counseling department. I have spoken many times how the impact of Wilcox and Peterson counseling program is those little touches makes it special. Is those little touches that are able to put in to make our students successful. Is our little touches that win the ramp for these counseling team. The cuts are, it happened, right? And I hope that everybody realized that it won't be successful. These things won't be successful at all if we don't have the right counseling to student ratio. It is a different world out there now. Our students need more support, and we cannot do that with 1 in 400 ratio. Our student needs more guidance, and we won't be able to do that in 1:400 ratio. Our student needs so much more from our counselors, not just emotionally, but academically, doing the rigorous, getting no to a student, write a letter of recommendation, and everything else under the sun. It is a different world. So we need our counseling team to be there. We need our counseling team to get to know each and every student, not just the highest ones, not just the one needs the most support. It's all the numbers in the middle. All of them need some type of support. So please think of that as next year when this whole thing comes up again. Thank you.
Thank you. I realized after I read Haley's name that you want to speak on a different topic, so I will put you in that pile. But I do have other slips for this item. Mike LaFleur, Maria Solorio, and Richard Mendoza.
You just push the button when we're ready. It's green. Okay, sorry. Good morning, or good evening, good distinguished board members. Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Maria Solorio. I've been a middle school counselor at Cabrillo for 10 years. I'm also the proud mother of 3 Santa Clara Unified School District graduates. I too want to congratulate Wilcox and Peterson for leading the way to RAMP and showing the impact of what a comprehensive school counseling program can do in the lives of all students. Thank you for supporting our professional development, which provided us with the skill and knowledge to build an MTSS with Tier 1 programs and services for all students, aligned across all secondary schools. All of our school counselors provide Tier 1 interventions in the form of school classroom instruction, Tier 2 interventions, including small group and individual counseling, and Tier 3 support services through consultation, collaboration, and facilitation of referrals. With a 30% cut to each middle school counseling department and ratios of 400-1, sadly, we will not be able to continue with this level of service. Across all the middle schools, the counselors have Tier 2 targeted support for our ELLs and newcomers. I'm the only Spanish-speaking counselor at Cabrillo, a school with one of the highest Spanish-speaking populations in the district, and will likely not be returning to my school next year. All of our sites would like to become model comprehensive counseling programs and want to ask you to please consider the cuts to the counseling and how that will impact students who need us the most. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Richard Mendoza, and I'm a school counselor at McDonald High School. I want to add my congratulations to the teams at Wilcox and Peterson on their RAMP recognition. They've worked extremely hard over the past several years making this happen. Their work represents the best of what a comprehensive school counseling program can accomplish. Universal Tier 1 programs and services for all students, targeted Tier 2 support for Hispanic students A through G eligibility, and Tier 3 crisis support. I want to thank the board and district leadership for your support of our work and making this making it possible to get the professional development and resources to elevate our practice. I wanted to let you know that all of our counseling departments across all secondary sites are doing the same work in Tier 1, 2, and 3, and also have aspirations so that we can reach RAMP as well. With the cuts to our department, we risk losing the momentum and going back to a reactive, putting out the fire system, where the students who do not have resources, family members who may not know how to navigate the college application process may pay the price. Wilcox has had tremendous success with their team working with historically underserved Hispanic students, and we want to see all that work continue at all of our sites. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to, I hear Wilcox and Peterson a lot tonight, but I wanted to talk about, somebody that doesn't get a lot of praise, and, we don't know exactly where she's going to be next year, but all of this is because of Amy Herron. Amy Herron has been an incredible leader for us, and we're the ones with the shirts, even though she is wearing a shirt, so she's messed up my speech. But I mean, we're herding cats as counselors, and she's been the greatest shepherd for 7 years. And she didn't get any of the big awards, but she deserves recognition because she's done an incredible job. And I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Wait.
That,
Hold on.
Glenna, wait. Trustee Fairchild?
So, I was at the PTA meeting, and it was interesting, the district PTA meeting. They were talking, the leaders were talking about the cuts, and the one thing that they were most unsettled about was the cuts to the counselors. And as I reflected on what the PTA leaders were talking about, I was reflecting on when I wasn't planning on doing this, in the hospital in the fall. And I was worried about my daughters. And I was very grateful that I had someone at the school I could call, who I did. Thank you, Glenna. And say, I think my daughters are putting on a brave face, but could you check in with them? And they reacted exactly how I thought they were, knowing their personalities. But to have that person for them, not only for them, but for me, that I could go to, was huge. And you really can't put a price tag on it. And just having that in that moment to be able to say, I know who I can call because I can't be there. So thank you for all that you do. That's the emotional side, but I also do know that you guys back what you do with data, and lots of it, and we saw that in a presentation last year, so thank you.
Yeah, I would, hold on just one second, Trustee Muirhead. Do we have any other comment in the room on this item? It was my last slip, so no. Is there anyone in the Zoom? Okay, now Trustee Muirhead.
Well, I just wanted to thank the Wilcox team. Glenna invited me to join the advisory committee for this program a couple of years ago. It's been, and I was just so impressed when I went to the committee meetings of how much work was going into it and how much thought was going into who they should be working with, what would make the most difference and be the most impactful for the students. And this is not a simple thing where you just fill out a form and submit it and get the recognition. This was at least 2-3 years of continuous work at figuring out how they were going to do it and then implementing it and showing results. So very impressed with the work that was done throughout this whole process. So congrats on getting the recognition.
Oh, Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. I was actually at the breakfast, and so I was very proud to see Peterson and Wilcox, received the award. But I just on a closing note, I just want to say, Glenn is retiring this year. And so thank you for your words that you just shared, Trustee Fairchild, but also just it just goes to show, what a wonderful counselor you've been and the services that you've offered the district, Glenna. So thank you so much and wish you all the best in the future.
Okay, thank you all so much. Okay. Yeah, you don't have to leave, but You can if you would like. We're going to move into closed session and that will be kind of boring for all you. But congratulations again. Okay. I don't have any slips on public comment on closed session agendized items. Is there anyone? Closed session. That PE and marching band is agendized under Q1. So we're not there yet. We're on, this is unagendized, or I'm sorry, closed session agendized items. Yeah. Is there anyone in the Zoom on closed session? Okay, thank you. Okay, so in closed session, the board will be considering the following. Item D1, consideration of waiver of administrative hearings, student 042326A.1. D2, consideration of the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel, student 042326B.1. D3, consideration of the waiver of administrative hearing, student 042326C.1. D4, public employee appointment, Government Code Section 54957.6, management, principal, Sutter Elementary. D5, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. D6, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives, Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. The board will be back by 7:30.
Ya regresaron, ya no. You wanna do the next intro? Let me see if I still in the channel. I hate when I don't have my screens because I'm like told this.
back from closed session. May I please have the introduction of the interpreter, please?
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Katherine Hertel, intérprete del Distrito Escolar. Mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes del español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la Mesa Directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal de español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En este menú también puedes seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Gracias.
Thank you. A report from closed session for item D1. In closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 042326A.1. Item D2, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 042326B.1. Item D3, in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed the recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding expulsion with a suspension of enforcement of student 042326C.1. Item D4, the board received information. Item D5, the board received information. Item D6, the board received information and gave direction. We'll move now to a report from the superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. You know, I am a huge fan of competition, particularly in the school system. I think it really increases the rigor and learning for students. I'm also a big fan and supporter of career technical education programs. I think throughout my careers, particularly as a site administrator, I had the pleasure of overseeing engineering academies and other CTE programs. And with that is Skills USA, which is the ultimate competition for CTE programs. And I just wanted to share that there was a competition that took place within the last couple of weeks, and we had a student that did fairly well from Santa Clara High School. I just want to congratulate Lucas Lay, who earned a silver medal in digital seminar at Skills USA. Oh, you are? Hey. Hey, I didn't realize you were going to be here, so congratulations to you. I saw your name come through in an email and I got really fired up, so congratulations. Oh, that was awesome. You know, this month we also had the opportunity to really honor a lot of great staff members. We had our public school awards ceremony. Again, I just want to thank the students that go above and beyond the call of duty to support their school sites with volunteer opportunities, and also our parent volunteers. Our organization, we would not be the same without your support. So thank you very much for everything that you do for the Santa Clara Unified School District and students. We also celebrated Admin Professionals Day yesterday. If you've ever been an administrator, you know your admin professional really runs the place, not you. And if you don't know that, well, we got to talk. So congratulations to our admin professionals. Thank you for everything that you do to support our organization. And I also want to thank the SCUMA board, Steve Neese and Ed Foundation. And we had several partners there that helped put on the event. I know Mission Federal Credit Union was one of our big supporters, and there are some others that have slipped in my mind right now, but thank you for supporting us. Tomorrow morning at 6:30, I'm going to catch a flight to Southern California to celebrate Mission Early College High School in their awards with the California Schools Recognition Program down in Anaheim. So congratulations to them, and I look forward to celebrating. I'll be back early Saturday morning to meet with our executive cabinet. We have an all-day meeting to really talk about our plans and our structure for next year. So since they're sitting over there, I want to apologize for taking your family time, and I also want to apologize to your families because, I mean, we've been working outside of work hours quite a bit, and we're going to have an all-day, one of a few all-day sessions this Saturday to really start aligning our work for next year. So I also, with May right around the corner, I just want to highlight a couple of celebrations. School Principals Days on May 1st. We have School Lunch Hero Day on May 1st. National Teacher Appreciation Week is May 4th through May 8th. National School Nurses Day on May 6th. Classified Employee Week, May 17th to May 23rd, and National Speech Pathologist Day on May 18th. So a lot to celebrate. All right, all right. We also have some cultural observances as well. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, and also Harvey Milk Day on May 22nd, 2026. So a lot to celebrate in May. Other observances, Mental Health Awareness Month, Mother's Day. I want to thank all the wonderful mothers out there. We know that you make the world go round, so thank you. And Memorial Day on May 25th. I want to close my report by talking about partnership. I just want to take a moment to talk about staff partnership. In our district, we often hear the phrase, we have a partnership. And what that means to me is that district administration and staff, we share a relationship that's grounded in collaboration, working together to recommend solutions to complex issues. And I truly believe this partnership is alive and well in SCUSD. Labor leaders, executive cabinet members, site leaders, we meet regularly to engage in meaningful dialogue. With that said, we always have room for growth. We need to do a better job of educating the entire organization about what this partnership truly is and ensuring that everybody understands that they're included in this partnership. Partnership is not just limited to executive cabinet and labor leadership. Every member of our organization plays a role, and our system depends on collaboration and input from all. Partnership does not mean that we're always going to agree. In fact, disagreement is a natural and healthy part of that process. Partnership does not mean that when agreement is made, labor leaders and district leaders have simply aligned with one another without a challenge. Strong partnership requires that ideas are questioned, perspectives are pushed, and assumptions are tested. Ultimately, when decisions are made, they may not fully align, but should reflect the voices that were heard, and there is a clear rationale behind the outcome. Another important aspect of partnership is how we engage with one another interpersonally. The relationship between labor and administration is complex and at times conflict-driven. A true partnership means that we work through conflict collaboratively and professionally, particularly publicly. We remain committed to strengthening this relationship. This work is critical, and it's important to keep in mind that our organization and our community is always watching our relationship. I look forward to sharing our new structure for labor management partnership that we have, and we're going to continue to build our organizational alignment and setting a strong direction for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. I will move now to our Student Senate report from Dina Shen at Wilcox High School.
Good evening, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell, and the Board of Trustees. I'm Dina Shen, and this is my Student Senate report for the spring semester. There you go. Here's just a little bit about me. I'm Dina Shen. I'm part of the ASB student body, and I'm also part of groups on campus, TSA, as well as SEED. And then I'm also the student senator for Wilcox High School. And then this is just a little bit about what my report's about. So this is events that have happened on our campus so far. So this semester, not that much has gone on, but we have a lot of future events happening. So I'm going to be just covering our spring sports and then our student class competitions, Fantastics. And then recently we had Battle of the Schools as well. So this is the spring sports that have been happening around campus. We also did host a rally. So a lot of these photos, I believe, are taken by student photographers, and then they're later posted onto the Instagram. And then we also had Fantastics this year. So these are the pictures for both freshman and sophomore class. And a lot of the students just put in a lot of work into preparing for Fantastics. And it's just a week of kind of fun class competitions. And then this is the same, but just with the junior and senior class. And then, yeah, the last thing we did like most recently would just be Battle of the Schools. So this would just be a competition between Santa Clara, McDonald, and then Wilcox, and the schools placed respectively in that order. And then lastly is just some upcoming events. So we do have Multicultural Week coming up next week. So that's a week we do like to celebrate the students and their heritage. And then it ends up on Thursday, there is a multicultural rally at night, and then Friday during SSR. And then we do have prom coming up after that. And then our goodbye rally where we send the seniors off and honor staff that are retiring. And then lastly, we have graduation and senior send off after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll have our reports from union presidents. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. My report this evening will be brief. As promised at the last board meeting, I'd like to share with you the names of our returning and new UTSC members who, after our recent runoff election, will be stepping on to our leadership team for the 2026-2027 school year. We'd like to welcome our new UTSC treasurer, Sheldon P. Marta, and our new middle school cluster director, Brenda Goldstein. Welcome to the team. This evening, I'd like to thank district administration, and the school board for scheduling this special board meeting that took place earlier this evening. Now that we have board approval, we can take the next steps for reassignments and transfers. Your swift action will help our members prepare for the 2026-2027 school year and will help to calm frayed nerves. Additionally, I'd like to thank district leaders for helping resolve several difficult issues that have arisen in the past week or two, which I can't actually discuss here due to their confidential nature. But I would be remiss if I didn't thank those who helped resolve them, and I think you know who you are. As we move through the layoff process, it's time for us to pivot together and focus on the plan for changes that are now before us. We are ready, willing, and able to help provide a clear plan for how we'll support our students and our staff in our new reality. The sooner we begin this work, the sooner we'll move through these difficult times and start identifying solutions. Building new relationships in times of crisis is very, very hard. And when matters are confidential that cannot be shared openly, but are resolved through relational partnership, not many people see them. Our folks feel and hear silence when many conversations are being had, most of which cannot be discussed openly. It is a tricky conundrum. In my board report a few years ago, I asked the board not to judge the strength of partnership by arguments and disagreements. Rather, judge the partnership by whether we come back to the table, attend the meetings, and continue talking. Silence is a warning sign. Absence is the end of the road. UTSC is neither silent nor are we absent. We will continue to fight for this partnership and work diligently to rebuild it when it wobbles. As many in this room know, I am a fierce advocate for this work. I believe in it because I know it's good for our students. To our teachers here in the room or on the Zoom, understand that UTSC leadership is advocating for all our members in every single committee meeting, in every one-on-one meeting, and with all levels of district administration. Admittedly, it's hard to see. Please trust that we are supporting you in these challenging times. Thank you.
Ms. Alpin.
Good evening, Board President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Brawl. I want to begin by sincerely thanking Dr. Wright for the decision to rescind the layoffs on our registrars. Eliminating those positions would have created a significant loss in our school offices and a ripple effect across sites, departments, and employees throughout the district. We truly appreciate you recognizing the value of this role. I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez for moving forward with the board-approved job study. The focus group started this week, taking the time to review and modernize our job descriptions into 2026 is critical. It creates a clear understanding between employees and managers around roles and expectations, and it ensures that employees accurately are recognized and valued for the work that they do. Now I would like to highlight some of the positive work happening for classified staff, work that has come directly from classified feedback. The rollout of evening spring workshops, Digging Deeper, began last night, and I was able to attend. These workshops continue to strengthen and align classified staff's understanding of their roles, their impact, and their support of students. This kind of meaningful work I'm proud to be a part of, and I'm grateful that it continues to be supported. You can see the growth in our members. You can see the empowerment. We already have strong resources within Santa Clara Unified. This work has been about making those resources more accessible and intentional for staff. Time for me to give a shout out to our para trainers and our professional learning specialists for championing this work, building para and classified resources, listening to what employees actually need, and creating tools that are practical and valuable in their day-to-day work. At the same time, I also want to take time to acknowledge the stress and unease that still exists across our workforce. There is a real sense of uncertainty. Many of our members still don't know where they'll be, what site they'll be at, or who they'll be supporting. This has been a long 8 months. I want to take the time to thank our classified members for trusting CSEA through this process to protect their rights and to advocate for best possible outcomes. Now what we need from the district is clarity, and I'm happy to hear that Damon's working on that plan on Saturdays. Sorry, guys. We need the plan. Our members need to understand what is expected of them and where the district is headed. That level of transparency is critical to stabilize our workforce and allow people to move forward with confidence and trust. Now, in closing, CSEA would like to take a moment to honor and remember a beloved member of Santa Clara Unified and the greater Santa Clara community. Paul Adame dedicated himself to this district since 2014, first serving in transportation as a bus driver and later as a custodian. Beyond his work with Santa Clara Unified, he was a longtime coach in Little League and travel ball, impacting countless young people and families in our community. Paul will be missed, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, students, and all that had the privilege of knowing him. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have public comment on unagendized items, and I do have slips for that. I will read our board civility policy, which is Board Policy 1313. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain to the extent possible and reasonable a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. So I'll call up 3 at a time. You can come up to the podium and push the button to turn the microphone on. The light around the bottom will turn green. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer is behind Trustee Canova. When it beeps, that means your 2 minutes are over. And if you are not able to finish your full comment in the 2 minutes, please email the comment to the board so that we can read your entire comment, because we do want to hear everything that you have to say. When you're done, unless you're the last person, just leave the mic on so that it just is on. Okay, so my first 2 speakers are Haley Hartwell, Zung Bui, and Kelly Carol Kleiman.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. My name is Haley Hartwell, and I'm a speech language pathologist assistant contracted with the district. When you have decided to terminate a month early by not allocating the necessary funds to retain mine and my colleagues' contracts, I need to share with you some of what you are jeopardizing in doing so. I work at a different school site each day to support some of your speech language pathologists and alleviate a small portion of their overwhelm. What that looks like for me is building rapport with my students and staff, providing critical services to students of many ages and abilities, and creating engaging lesson plans and materials to provide students with an enjoyable environment they want to return to. I provide push-in support at times to adapt to each student's needs as well as the teachers. It also means managing difficult behaviors from students, including hitting, kicking, scratching, and spitting, to name a few. All of which I continue to come back and handle because assistants provide support for more than just one speech language pathologist. I may spend hours after work prepping fun and engaging materials for my students, not out of necessity, but because I have a passion for the work that I do and the environment I welcome my students into. Terminating us early and possibly not bringing back that support for next school year is threatening a lot of that. You're risking SLPs being able to carry out services at all, but most importantly, minimizing the quality of those services provided to our students. I also want to briefly outline what you are doing by taking away a month of my pay. You are threatening my livelihood. I could face serious repercussions in my living situation by missing rent, my mode of transportation, and buying groceries. I hardly make ends meet as it is. I would be stretched really thin with 4 fewer paychecks, requiring me to look for even more work than I already have to pick up. This will impact the quality of services I'm able to provide to my students due to the additional emotional load this decision has placed on me. I strongly urge you to reconsider the termination of our contracts. Please show us you care about your staff, even the contracted ones, and most importantly, the students we serve.
Good evening. Thank you for the care and commitment you bring to our district, and I appreciate the focus on clarity and partnership Dr. Wright mentioned earlier as we navigate staffing changes. With the loss of 2 psychologists next year and other reductions across sites, we will have to find a way for how essential services will continue. And that's not a small adjustment. It is a structural shift. How the work would be managed in a way that remains both compliant and humane, and not quietly shift onto already overextended teachers. Right now, we're hearing from our special education leaders to support each other and to do more with less. We are committed to our students and to one another, but we also know that goodwill alone cannot sustain a system. It is not a strategy, it is a risk. We are being asked to stretch further in a system that is already stretched thin. At the same time, our students' needs are not decreasing. Many rely on stable relationships, mental health support, and other consistent systems to feel safe and ready to learn. And this is happening in a context when more than half of staff report frequent burnout. Research is clear. You cannot solve burnout with goodwill or self-care. Research continues to show that workload, not lack of dedication, is the primary driver of burnout. When we support staff well, we support our students. This week, our community felt the loss of a beloved custodian that we mentioned earlier, and not long ago, we mourned the loss of a student through suicide. These moments remind us of how deeply human our work is and how important it is to build systems that truly support both students and staff. Our students deserve that, and so do the people who show up every day for them. We are ready to be part of the solution. We simply ask to be part of a thoughtful, transparent plan that you mentioned and allow us to move forward together with care and sustainability. Thank you.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Kelly Carol Kleiman, and I'm the speech language pathologist at Agnew Elementary. First, thank you for the work that you do and your efforts to make fiscal responsible decisions. Speech language pathology assistants, our SLPAs, are among the unsung heroes of Santa Clara Unified.
In California, speech language pathologist assistants are licensed professionals who hold degrees and credentials through the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology and Hearing Dispensers Board. They are the only professionals authorized to provide direct speech therapy in place of credential SLPs. At Agnew, I serve 54 students with speech and language needs. Of those, 33 receive services 2 times a week and 21 once weekly. Every Monday, our SLPA, Ms. Chloe, connects 9 group sessions between 8:15 and 2:30. While she provides therapy, I primarily spend my time completing speech and language testing. By this year's end, I will have completed 16 triennial evaluations, 12 initial evaluations, and 38 annual IEP data collection and formal assessments. Full evaluations require approximately 4 hours per student, and annual IEP prep requires approximately 45 minutes of testing per student. The skilled therapy Ms. Chloe provides and our SLPAs makes it possible for me to meet these deadlines and maintain quality services for every student. Without that support, I would have to cancel therapy sessions during testing or ask families to bring their children after school, neither of which serves students well. Our SLPAs make it possible for students to receive consistent, high-quality speech and language therapy. Their work supports one of our core values to make students first. Thank you.
Okay, our next speakers are Maria Khan, Gina Kim, and Tammy and Kieran.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for all being here to listen to our concerns. I'm an SLP at Laurelwood Elementary School for past 10 years. Last school year, Laurelwood was provided with an additional SLP, 0.5 FTE, to help with 2 additional SAI preschool classes, SAI K1 and SAI 2-3. This year, I started the school with the news that my 0.5 SLP support was given to other sites, and Laurelwood had received yet another class 4-5 SAI this time. The district planned to hire another SLP, but no one knew how long the hiring process would take. Our new SLP, Ms. Teresa G, joined us in mid-October. In the meantime, I attended 17 IEP meetings, for the three of those students had part 2 as well. 4 of these were triennial assessments, and out of those 4, 2 students were new to me, which means more time spent in observations and getting to know the child as part of the triennial assessment. 10 of the students whose IEPs I attended were new to me, which means I had to observe them in the classroom, especially the preschoolers. There were 2 of them who had to be placed in other situations where co-ed classes, co-taught classes, or another SCI class. So I had to spend more time observing in the classroom because I did not know those students. But the good news is that we survived, and none of the students missed their services because our lead SLP, Ms. Teresa Corfield, offered 3 wonderful SLPAs who were very efficient and helped me provide services to our students. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Gina Kim. I am an SLP at Scott Lane. I wanted to express my profound concern regarding the board's decision to disapprove the special education director's amendment requesting funding for the contract with ProCare on April 9th. This decision, which would terminate the contracts of our SLPAs and audiologists as of May 15th, directly compromises our district's ability to provide equitable, legally mandated services and puts our compliance with the IEPs at immediate risk. SLPAs and audiologists are not optional support. SLPs currently serve more than 50 students. At Scott Lane, oh, sorry. I serve 52 bilingual students ranging from preschool to 5th grade. It's physically impossible for a single provider to fulfill all required services. To meet these mandates, the SLPs and SLPAs often co-treat at the same time. Furthermore, while SLPs conduct essential assessments, observations, case management, and teacher collaborations, it is the SLPAs who provide the coverage necessary for this to happen. This is particularly devastating for our bilingual students. For instance, our bilingual SLPA provides specialized support in both Spanish and English. Removing this support as of May 15th creates a significant disruption for our students who rely on the specific linguistic expertise. I'm so sorry. If we pride ourselves on providing an equitable education, we cannot justify a budget that removes the very people responsible for the communication success of our students. I urge the board to reconsider the disapproval and honor the full term of these contracts. Let us ensure that our students finish the year with stability they deserve. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. I think there's some misinformation. Dr. Wright, you seem like you want to clarify some points.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, I was just thinking that too. I think there's some misinformation because if I recall at the last board meeting, I think the request was to get some more information and bring that back. So I'm going to have to dig a little bit deeper into what transpired.
And as I recall, we, as a board, we approved 75,000 of the $150,000 ask. We asked for more information. We did not give the date. I don't know where the date came from. Things can come to the board multiple times. They do come to the board multiple times. I know in June of last year, I had asked for more for the job description on the SLPAs because, and
Trustee Fairchild.
yeah.
We're veering into.
Yeah, yes. So I'm just clarifying from the last, yes, thank you.
Right. And again, I think there's some miscommunication and we'll do a thorough investigation into it and we'll bring it back.
Thank you so much. Have you been able to talk with Ms. Alanis about this?
Not yet. I have not personally had an opportunity yet.
We're good.
Please.
Good evening, board. We just came up here to say thank you. It's been pretty rough thinking that I was going to lose my right-hand man over here. So I want to say thank you for pulling those registrars back. We appreciate that.
Good evening, board members. I represent all 5 of our middle school registrars here. And only one word I have. Thank you, Dr. Wright and Board of Trustees. No 2-minute speech for me today. Just thank you from all of us.
My next speakers are Amanda Almeida, Kathy Brillante, and Lisa Kellerman.
Good evening, school board, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. Tonight we are reading you a letter that we sent to your email. Please check your spam if you did not receive it. We, as a speech language pathologist, or SLPs of SCUSD, are writing to express our deep concern regarding the recent decision to terminate contracted employees, including the speech language pathology assistants or SLPAs, as of May 15th. This decision has significant implications on the deliveries of services for students and appears to have been made without clear or actionable plan in place. As a reminder, SLPs serve a critical role within the district. A letter has been previously submitted by our lead SLP, which details a description of our specific duties included. But to summarize, SLPs conduct initial and triennial assessments, provide therapy along a wide range of communication needs, including articulation, phonology, motor speech, language, pragmatics, stuttering, and voice, and support students in both the generalized and special education settings. Each SLP serves as typically an average of 50 students per week, the most of any certificated position, with service times ranging from 60 to 90 minutes per student. SLPs do not have dedicated prep time, nor do they have a curriculum for any one student, so each session is truly individualized. In addition, SLPs consult with staff, families, provide training and education to teachers, participate in MTSS processes, conduct screenings, and attend all meetings for our students on our caseload, which could well exceed 100 meetings per year. We wish to speak more directly about the elimination of the SLPAs. Our SLPAs are critical to continuity of services to minimize negative impact on student progress. They provide legally mandated therapy services, allowing SLPs to fulfill their other required duties while ensuring that students receive appropriate, ethical, and consistent care. SLPAs are highly trained professionals, often holding a bachelor's degree in communication disorders and completing rigorous training through ASHA-approved programs, including a minimum of 100 externship hours, resulting in state certification.
We are particularly concerned that this decision was made hastily and without a clearly defined plan for how these essential services will be maintained. While there was a brief discussion of potentially hiring these roles directly, no formal proposal or approval has been communicated to us. By eliminating these roles before establishing a clear and approved plan to replace them, the district has created significant uncertainty and disruption. The abrupt nature of this decision, especially at an already extremely demanding time of the school year, has left SLPs scrambling to adjust, adding strain to workloads that are already at capacity. This decision will ultimately make it even more difficult to effectively support our students. As a reminder, our students are some of the most marginalized in the district. This leaves them with a lack of appropriate, federally protected, legally mandated services that ultimately affect their progress. This would lead to the district needing to provide compensatory services in the fall, but from whom? This is not equitable, and it's not in the best interest of our students, who we promised to put first. The lack of clear communication has only compounded these concerns. Information has been inconsistent, as our lead was initially informed that only 2 SLPA positions would need to be cut, and a few days later, we learned of the termination of all contracts as of May 15th. To add to this confusion, SLPs learned of these changes indirectly through our SLPAs rather than through official district communication. Looking ahead to the 2026-2027 school year, we are struggling to understand how services will be delivered. We are already facing the loss of 5 SLPs, with only 4 expected to be replaced. This raises serious questions. Will the district be operating with fewer SLPs and no SLPAs? If so, how will we meet the needs of our students?
Without adequate staffing, it will be impossible to provide legally mandated service minutes. SLPs may be forced to manage excessively large groups, significantly reducing the effectiveness of therapy and limiting student progress. Entering a new school year without a comprehensive staffing and service delivery plan is not only impractical, but ethically irresponsible. We are aware that a job description for direct hire SLPAs has been submitted to Human Resources. However, there has been no communication regarding whether this initiative will move forward. Given that it is nearly the end of the school year, we are concerned time is running out to hire the necessary staff for next year. This raises an important question. Why were SLPAs released before a concrete plan was finalized to replace them? We urge the board to reconsider the timeline and implementation of this decision and to prioritize the development of a clear, transparent plan that ensures continuity of services. Our students depend on these supports, and their progress, consistency, and legal rights must remain at the forefront of all decisions. Let's remember our shared commitment to continue putting students first. We, as a group, are asking for you to revisit and discuss item I-14 from April 9th, 2026, the proposed contract for ProCare, to ensure that the SLPAs and our audiologists are funded through the end of the school year. Sincerely, the SLPs of SUSU.
My last two slips are Charity Leah and Rachel Lopez.
Already on? All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. I'd like to address the potential expulsion of my brother Nanding Leah and multiple involving children whose parents are sitting here today or on Zoom regarding a premeditated and forewarned incident that occurred outside of school grounds on May 7, 2026. The results of this are important because it has simultaneously and severely impacted dozens of students. This has also impacted their overall educational performance, emotion, reputation, and overall quality of life. Over the past 2.5 weeks, I've observed alongside other extremely concerned parents and students of the Hertha Middle School community that certain students have caused fear, immense distress, and anxiety over several students who are a part and outside of the incident, that to the point of feeling they need to sought this out themselves without the help of school administrators due to previous dismissive decisions towards disciplinary actions according to this SCU SD Code of Conduct. There are students involved with this incident who have caused danger involving weapons brought to campus and outside of campus. The students who were left off with a warning or 2 to 3 day suspensions. Some attend school the very next day, while other students involved in the incident were given harsher punishments, even with all the evidence collected, proving injustice. The case being does not match the Education Code of Conduct 48900. If Munding Leah and the two other students whose parents are here today are facing immediate expulsion, it can only be fair if the students who are a part of the planning, filming, pulling, glasses smashing, blade weapon involving, etc., should also be held accountable with the parallel punishments. I would also like to mention that all this could have been avoided except, may I continue or is that it?
Your time is up, but please send us the rest of your comment so that we can read it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, Trustee Rotterman.
Question to staff. I mean, a couple of the things that were mentioned just there are concerning. So is this something that we're aware of and are addressing, or is this, it is? Thank you.
Good evening, I'm back. Hi, Dr. Wright. Thank you again for coming to Central Park. I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak, but when you talked about meeting tomorrow and doing all this planning and great stuff, I just wanted to make sure that you, as you go into planning, I want you to please consider not just our labor partnerships, but also extend a hand down to teachers and to classified staff, because there's a lot of very smart people that have actual solutions to a lot of the problems that we face every day. And oftentimes our voices are left on red, so to speak. And it does not feel like in the past there has been a partnership, a collaboration, listening, willingness to address. Maybe we don't have all the answers, but let's problem solve together. For example, last year when eloping in TK started and we almost lost kids onto Kylie, my solution was, hey, we have 2 portables on campus that are completely fenced. Can we please move TK into that fenced area? We were told, I'll ask. It went up the chain, up the chain, up the chain. And finally, we got a not going to happen. There was no solution back to us to help keeping our kids safe. So in addition to that collaboration that I hope that you are willing to extend down to us, I also would like to ask that you consider opening a SAI TK. We desperately need it. We desperately need it. We have students exiting preschool with IEPs and coming to TK without support. So, thank you.
Ms. Lopez, I have to tell you, your sweatshirt makes my Gen X heart so happy. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. Because it wasn't clear, obviously, at the last board meeting, Dr. Wright, could you at an upcoming board meeting report back on some of the questions that were asked at the last board meeting about the ProCare contract? Apparently, it was said that I've gotten various reports back that it was said that items can't come to the board twice. They come all the time. In fact, that ProCare contract has come like 1,000 times. But could you make sure that either at the upcoming agenda or the next, that it's so we can clarify some of those questions that we had?
Yeah, there needs to be some clarification because there's a lot of misinformation. So we'll come back with the full report at the next board meeting.
Is there any other comments in the room? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marley Laubach. I'm a psychologist on the preschool assessment team. Hello again. Great TK point that we bring up tonight is considering a specialized academic instruction classroom at TK. As a school psychologist, a big role that I have within this district is making sure that we sustain legal accountability and that we are making sure we're protecting ourselves. And so this brings up a really great point because one area in special education that's really important is service minutes. And at TK, because TK is universal in general education, the expected school day for a TK student is about 4.5 hours long. This is a recommendation from the state. And at preschool, our preschool days are 3.5 hours. And so right now our solution for a TK age student, a student who turns 5 years old during the school year, but requires more support than a generalized program, stays in a specialized preschool setting. And it's really concerning to us preschool providers that at TK, a child who requires more service is being denied those minutes if they are not able to access that at TK. So I just want to make sure that that was really clear, and that's really important to us because we don't have that TK specialized program right now that has that full TK level day, like amount of day. Thank you.
Trustee Canova.
So during items from the public, obviously the board can't speak to it directly, but we can speak to staff. And so I'll say something to Damon. So that I'm intrigued with that idea about getting ideas from, teachers, at the ground level. And we know in private industry, sometimes there's like suggestion boxes and things of that nature. But rather than having a process that just simply goes through administration and goes through whatever channels, if there's some way that the board could be privy to those ideas that come to you, I think for me, I would like to see that. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would love to see those ideas. So if there's some way we could be included when that comes to you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Fairchild.
Could we get a report back on the TK? Special ed TK? I know, but.
The SAI, the suggestion to have an SAI preschool program.
Yeah, can we get a report? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion, by the way.
Ms. Siegel.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me squeeze in here at the very last. I wanted to read to you an email that was received by a SLIPA. I'm going to leave their name out of it for their privacy. Our team recently received an update from Santa Clara USD Special Education Director. She had to go to the board to get approval for more funds to pay out the contractors through the end of the school year, and it was denied. Because of this, the new end date will be 5/15 instead of 6/4. There will be no ESY available. I won't be able to send out a renewal contract until mid to late May, so hang tight on that. A similar message was received by a different SLIPA. I'm sorry. Again, I just got an update from my manager that our district had updated our contract end dates to 5/15 instead of 6/4. Reason being, the director had to go to the school board for approval for more funds to pay our contractors till the end of the school year, which was denied. They are still discussing renewals for 26-27 as normal with a mid to late May timeline. As for now, hang tight. These are the kind of messages that our SLIPAs are receiving, and you can understand how stressed out they are, thinking that their positions are about to be terminated and how this is affecting our SLPs with their very high workload. So this is why everyone here tonight has come to speak to you, and I wasn't originally planning to talk, but I wanted you to have the kind of information that our staff is receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in the room for unagendized comment? Otherwise, I'll close comment in the room. Okay. Are there any hands raised in the Zoom? Thank you. If you could, Mr. Rico, if you could just remind the Zoom that this is for unagendized comment. Thank you.
The board is currently hearing comments for unagendized comments. If you have your hand raised for an item that is on our agenda, please lower your hand and then raise it when that agenda item comes up. For members of the public who are attending our meeting through the Zoom webinar platform, you can use the raise hand tool at the bottom of your screen to indicate that you would like to make a public comment. We will take comments in the order that hands are raised on the screen, and you will be provided a 2-minute timer on the screen to help you moderate your comments, similar to the timer we have in the room. At the end of 2 minutes, we will have to end your comment time and move on to the next commenter to ensure equitable speaking time. Our first commenter is Kristen Skeverin, and I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Shervin, thank you for the folks in the room. You should be prompted by Zoom to unmute now.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kristen Shervin, and I am a speech-language pathology assistant who has been contracted through ProCare to SCOSD for the past 5 years. I'm here tonight on behalf of SLPAs to speak on the amendment discussed on April 9th regarding ProCare contracted employees. After May 15th, I will no longer have a job in this district. As an SLPA, I provide specialized speech and language services to students with disabilities across SCUSD. We are a small group, but we serve some of the district's most impacted students. My responsibilities include developing individualized lesson plans, delivering therapy using evidence-based practices, documenting services, and tracking student progress. I work with students with autism, expressive and receptive language delays, articulation and pragmatic language needs, and fluency disorders across both general and special education settings to help them access their education. To my students, I'm not just a contract worker. I am part of their learning community. I celebrate their progress, support them through challenges, and build meaningful relationships. In one K-1 classroom, I've even been nicknamed Miss Christmas. SLPAs are not just bodies filling positions. We are trained state licensed professionals. I hold a bachelor's degree in speech, language, and hearing sciences and complete continuing education each year to maintain high quality care. Even working part-time this year, I provide at least 10 hours a week of direct services to SCUSD students. After May 15th, I will no longer be employed, but more importantly, my students will lose a provider who knows their goals, understands their challenges, and celebrates their progress. Without SLPAs, SLPs will not be able to meet the needs of all students. Services will be delayed, compensatory minutes will accumulate, and students may go without the support they are legally entitled to. Even a few weeks without SLPAs will create a backlog that is difficult, if not impossible, to fully recover from. I urge you to reconsider this amendment and invest in the professionals already serving your students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Teresa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. My name is Teresa Corfield, and yes, I am a speech and language pathologist. I've been with the school district for the past 22 years. I'm currently the lead SLP and I oversee and supervise our SLPAs. And before I start, I want to acknowledge that special education as a department is a more positive place in terms of climate and morale than it has been in years. And clearly, there's been a miscommunication that we should probably remedy as soon as possible so people don't lose their jobs. I understand that the district is facing a difficult budget situation. However, not approving the request for additional funding for the contract, which funds our SLPAs, will directly impact students and puts the district at risk of not meeting its legal obligations. SLPs carry the highest caseloads in special education with responsibilities that go far beyond therapy. In my 20 plus years working in the public school system, I've seen this role change dramatically. Expectations have increased significantly while caseloads have not decreased and student needs have become more complex. Even with SLPA support, this workload is difficult to sustain, and without it, it becomes unsustainable. Each year, we rely on SLPAs to cover vacancies, extended illnesses, and leaves of absence. This year, beginning May 1st, we must cover an entire school site. Without SLPA support, another SLP absorbs that caseload beyond what is reasonable or manageable, or students will not receive their legally mandated services. This year, 4 SLPs are leaving the district. While there are many reasons people leave, it's difficult to ignore the role that increasing demands and reduced support may play. This is not a staffing issue or a budget issue. It's a student access and compliance issue. And I really urge you to reconsider the decision, because when we reduce support, we don't reduce need, we just reduce access for the students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is Yunwen Jacobo. Yunwen, you should be prompted to unmute. Jenya, she's unmuted. She just doesn't. Can
Hi.
you try talking?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, good evening, board. I am here to present a case following up the previous speaker and on behalf of my daughter. This is regarding a fight incident that happened on Tuesday, April 7 at River Oaks Parkway at 3:30 p.m., where several kids, including my daughter, were involved on it. The fight was planned by the other student. I will not pronounce her name here, but she sent a message with one of her classmates to my daughter and other kids that she wanted to fight them on that day. The next day after the fight, I was called to the principal office and they told me that my daughter was suspended. So I attended to the meeting, and the vice president of the school, Dolores Huerta, told me that basically my daughter was like the mastermind criminal with planning the fight and getting all the students together to attack this other student. In the suspension letter, they say that my daughter arranged the whole thing. And when I asked for evidence, they say that, they also say that they have plenty of evidence, but when I asked for it, they didn't show me anything. They said that they were going to contact me, and within 2 hours after the suspension happened, I started doing my own investigation, and I found out that this fight was planned by the other student for days ahead. There's also been threats from the student brother, which is 23 years old, that he wants to find where my daughter lives. And at this point, I'm just asking for a fair hearing for my daughter and all the rest of the students, and for them to prove all the evidence they say they have against my kid and the other rest of the students, because they never present us anything. They've been discriminating us and avoiding, especially the principal, to talk to us. And I have all the evidence stating the opposite to show you guys and them.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Nick Andino. Nick, you should be prompted to unmute. Let me try again. Nick, you might be using an old version of the Zoom platform. I do not see a microphone option next to your next to your name. So if you could please try logging back in. I'll try again. There we go. You should be prompted to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, thank you, board, for listening to me tonight. I am a extensive needs teacher at Heyman Elementary, and I was just calling in support of the SLPAs and the audiologist. I think it's already been stated, so I'm not going to waste your time about how important they are to what we do. But I just want to also mention the collaboration between the ESN teachers and the SLPs. We do not have a lot of time where we can meet, and having that day where the SLPAs covering sessions allows me to collaborate with my SLP so we can make more progress and have a more meaningful collaboration, and just hope that we don't lose that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. President Lieberman, that was the last commenter.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Okay, we'll move on now to, yes, Trustee Rotterman.
I wanted to add to the request for the clarification for the agenda item that Trustee Fairchild said. I'd like to understand, we're using an outside contractor for a lot of these services. And one of the commenters said 5 years. We've been using an outside contractor for multiple positions. That may be really smart to do, but I don't understand why that isn't in-house as opposed to going through an outside contractor. So if you could illuminate, or in that report, give the rationale for that and why we're doing it this way, whether there's a better approach or whether we should continue doing what we're doing, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll bring that forward.
Okay. We will move now to,
In June.
Yeah, that was shared at the previous board meeting, and I think that was a
No,
request.
Previous June.
Previous to. Wow.
You know, I listened to last board meeting, but I somehow am missing a piece of that. So I'll look forward to your report.
okay. Now we will move to consent items for human resources, items I1 through I3.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan? Trustee Ryan? Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
I
Sorry,
vote-
yes,
Oh,
sorry.
Thank you. That passes 7-0. Okay, consent items J1 through J17.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Student trustee Suresh?
Yes.
Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Sorry, yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Action item K1, facility naming request, memorial plaque at Bowers Elementary School.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Mr. Rico, did you have anything?
Yeah, I think it
I don't
needs
have
some.
any additional comments to make other than that these are both of the action items here for facility naming requests do follow board policy 7310, naming of facilities. In the process, the community are requesting other standard memorials that the board has approved in the past. Item K1, the Bowers community is requesting to place a memorial plaque in the garden in name of Philip Volta. This is the first item. He's a former teacher, longtime teacher here in the district, who was passed a couple of years ago, and the community is looking for a board approval on that item. And the policy does require some time to pass, so this did come to the policy committee for the board, and the committee is recommended to forward it for the full board for consideration.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
Student Trustee Suresh,
Yes.
and I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh also voting yes. K2, Facility Naming Request, Memorial Bench at Don Calajon Arts and Design School.
Motion to approve, Rotterman?
And then again for this item, item K2, the Don Calajon Arts and Design School community is looking to place a plaque on an existing buddy bench in the quad at the school in honor of former lead custodian Paulo Avila. He died in 2024. So quite an applause outside about a different item. I'm assuming.
Okay.
He passed, and so that also that's has some consideration in the board policy that requires some time to pass. So we feel that that has happened as well. This also did come to the policy committee, who is recommending it here for board consideration.
Trustee Rotterman.
Just for those listening, there is a group outside that is clapping about something completely unrelated, not necessarily anything that would be considered derogatory. This is a really worthwhile thing that we're doing here.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I know there was some laughter and I thought it might have come at an inappropriate time. That's why I thought I'd speak up.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rotterman. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Student Trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh also voting yes. Action item L1, Resolution 2627, affirming May 6th, 2026 as National School Nurse Day.
Motion to approve. Rotterman?
Second.
Second, Ryan?
Okay, Student Trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. L2, Resolution 2628, affirming April 29th, 2026 as National Fentanyl Awareness Day.
Motion to approve. Rotterman?
Second.
Student Trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh also voting yes. Item L3, Resolution 2629, affirming May 5th, 2026 as Day of the Teacher.
Second, Rotterman?
Student Trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. Item L4, Resolution 2630, affirming May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as Classified School Employees Week.
Second, Rotterman?
Student Trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. L5, Resolution 2631, affirming May 1st, 2026 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Motion to approve. Rotterman?
Second.
Student Trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. M1, appointment of the Sutter Elementary School Principal.
Motion to approve. Rotterman?
Second, Ryan?
Dr. Gonzalez.
Please join me in welcoming Michelle Otto, an educator who has dedicated over 3 decades to the students and families of the Santa Clara Unified School District. Currently serving as the assistant principal of Ponderosa Elementary, Michelle is a recognized leader in instructional excellence and a recent recipient of the 2024 SCUSD Difference Maker Award. Her extensive career spans roles as a teacher on special assignment and a master teacher for local universities, all while maintaining a deep-rooted passion for restorative practices and literacy. Michelle holds a BA in multidisciplinary studies with an emphasis in teaching from Santa Clara University and a Master of Arts in Education from San Jose State University. With a legacy of mentorship and a heart for the community, she continues to champion inclusive, data-driven environments where every student is empowered to thrive.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item N1, Resolution 2632 for change order number 1 to Guerra Construction Group for site utilities revisions for the modernization project at Briarwood Elementary.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Item O1, consideration of the waiver of I have to read something. Consideration of the waiver of administrative hearings, student number 042326A.1. Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated March 26, 2026 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through April 23rd, 2027, with a change of placement from Huerta Middle School to Don Calajon School and a rehabilitation plan for student 042326A.1, and that student 042326A.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, April 23rd, 2027.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes by a vote of 7-0. Item O2, consideration of the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel for student 042326B.1. Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated March 18th, 2026 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through April 23rd, 2027, with a change of placement from McDonald High School to New Valley High School and a rehabilitation plan for student 042326B.1, and that student 042326B.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, April 23rd, 2027.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item O3, consideration of the waiver of the administrative hearing for student 042326C.1. Do I have a motion to accept the waiver of administrative hearing dated April 3rd, 2026 for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through April 23rd, 2027, with a change of placement from New Valley High School to Wilson High School, and a rehabilitation plan for student 042326C.1, and that student 042326C.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, April 23rd, 2027.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item P1, the 2025-2026 Williams Valenzuela third quarter report. Dr. Gonzalez.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Q1, the first reading of board bylaws, board policy updates recommended from the policy committee meeting on March 25th, 2026 and April 8th, 2026. Do we have any board comments or questions? Okay, I have two slips for this item. Mary Ann Bowles and Margie Wysocki.
I believe Mary Ann went home and is probably online.
Okay, then we will see after. Miss Wysocki.
I guess I have a bit of a caution or a bit of a request. So the PE board policy is coming for first reading. There is a meeting planned to discuss implementation of board policy 6142.7, maybe, the PE prior to the second reading. So prior to the board passing the policy. And that is a concern that I have. Because I don't think we should have meetings to discuss and implement changes before it has actually been board approved.
Can we have someone look at that?
Yeah, we'll look into that. That's news to me.
Thank you. Trustee Fairchild?
I was just wondering, I saw, I wanted to say, I need to call you by your last name, Johnny. Come in, so I was wondering if he wanted to speak.
Oh, no? Okay. Are there any other comments in the room on this item? Oh, please come up.
Hello, my name is Dinah Schofield. I am a senior at Santa Clara High School, and I'm a member of the marching band, symphonic band, string orchestra, and also the STEM Leadership Institute at SCHS. I took 3 classes over the summer before my junior year so that I could take music classes while being a STEM student. In marching band, nearly every muscle in the body is engaged while performing. We move briskly across the field while maintaining proper marching technique and maintaining a steady flow of air through a heavy wind instrument. This is a baritone. This is the instrument that I march in the marching band. As a person of my size, this is quite challenging. In 2005, ESPN studied a drum corps marcher playing tenor drum. They found that while performing, his heart rate and oxygen consumption were similar to that of a well-trained runner halfway through a marathon. Oxford Languages defines a sport as an activity involving physical exertion and skill in which an individual or a team competes against one another or others for entertainment. Marching band at SCHS checks all of those boxes. I believe that as a student and a member of the marching band, I deserve the same credit as those on a different school sports team. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucas Liu. I'm also a senior at Santa Clara High School and a member of the marching band. I've been on the marching band. I've marched in the marching band for 4 years, served as drum captain for the past 2. And I just want to say, other than the musical and physical elements of marching band, I just want to say how amazing marching band is and how honestly, like not a lot of students participate in it. And that it's just such a great opportunity. And marching band has fundamentally changed me as a person. You know, despite learning, you know, music and leadership and stuff, but they also teach us how to become better people, manners and stuff. You know, you'd be surprised how many students don't have good manners, right? But through the marching band, we learn all these things, and we just think it's a really great opportunity. And if the athletes on the marching band can receive the same credit as other athletes on campus, it would greatly incentivize more students to be a part of this wonderful community, more so family that we have within the marching band. So thank you.
Okay.
I just broke a sweat. So hi board. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna move this up a little taller. Is it okay if I hold it? Can I hold it? Okay. On top. Sweet. Okay. All right. So hello board. Hello everybody. So this is a baritone. I actually played the tuba this year, and it weighs roughly about 30 pounds, and it goes up on my shoulder for roughly 5.5 minute show, which involves walking at a specific tempo. And I'm not going to get into specifics here. So I took the athletic PE course as a sophomore in high school. I'm not going to get into too much of what the marching band means to me because it's changed my life, and Lucas kind of explained that quite as well as anyone else can. But I'm going to just say the reason I'm here is for the PE exemplary. I'm tracking weight and stuff. I always been lifting my whole life, and I've actually burned more calories in a 3-month marching band season than I have in an entire school year of the athletic course of PE. This is not a shame on our athletic department at Santa Clara High School. This is kind of a question of, and I played baseball my freshman year, and I was tracking that too, and it's kind of a shocker to see that baseball is exempt from PE, or you get exempt from PE, and that marching band, which we have one of the latest practice schedules on our school. We have to practice in the dark, and it's just many things that shouldn't need to be brought up today. But I'm just grateful to be here, and I really wish you guys your best of consideration to think of marching band as a sport, because it seriously is. And especially 30-pound instrument on your shoulder for 5 minutes. That's definitely a good workout. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
My name is Maisie Lopez. I'm a community member. I attended a different high school in a different district, and I was exempt from PE due to band requirements. If this is a discussion amongst the board on whether to allow marching band students to be exempt from their PE credits, I just think that you don't attend enough marching band performances. It is incredibly difficult. There are people, I don't know, it's like, I don't want to say swimming where you have to hold your breath the whole time. But marching band is insane. You're running basically pacer test back and forth across the field, holding like a really heavy instrument, huffing your lungs out and sounding incredible while doing it. I think that it is an incredible sport. I think that it should be exempt. I was very lucky to have that opportunity at my school. There's precedent in the lower Bay Area that students are exempt, students that I'm sure they might compete against. And I think it's insane that it's not being extended to the students that are in your district. Thank you.
Are there any other comments in the room on item Q1? Okay, I'm going to close comment in the room and move to Zoom.
For members of the public attending the meeting through the Zoom webinar feature, you can use the raise hand tool at the bottom of your screen. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen to help you moderate your comments. At the end of 2 minutes, we will have to move on to the next speaker. And our first speaker is MB. You should be prompted by the Zoom platform to unmute now. MB.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marianne Bowles, and I'm here tonight to address the concern about the marching band. As a physical education teacher with this district for 34 years, I urge you to vote no on this agenda item. PE is often unfairly labeled as a physical activity class, which in reality, it's a critical pillar of our students' development. It's one of the few places in our school curriculum that addresses the whole person, the body, the brain, and their social battery stuff. For many students, PE is the primary source of their daily physical activity. We do daily activity, but we also educate them on how to get physically fit and why it's important to be physically active their whole lives. We teach them about the 5 components of fitness, nutrition, the FIT principle, and we do the state-required fitness testing. We help create healthy habits by introducing students to a variety of sports and movements, increasing the likelihood they will find an activity that they enjoy staying and being active as an adult. Movement's a powerful biological reset for the brain. It helps mood, anxiety, and improves sleep. It's a place where students work on teamwork and cooperation. They learn resilience and how to win and lose gracefully. They work on communication skills because navigating the dynamics of a team requires clear, fast-paced communication and conflict resolution. So if PE is so important to our physical health and well-being, I ask, why do we want to make changes? Why now? Are band teachers credentialed PE teachers? Is this policy going to be equitable for all the high schools? Do all our high schools have a marching band? And who will be monitoring these kids that are exempted? Who will verify that they meet the requirements? Why do we allow the elective class to take the place of a required class? Why do we want to make a change in this policy? Teens need 60 minutes of daily physical activity ranging from moderate to vigorous intensity. And it should be aerobic as well as muscle strength and endurance. So will they really be getting the fitness that they need? Their journey starts in elementary, into middle school, and into high school. And these are kids to be lifelong learners. And as a former band member myself, I do appreciate band and the marching band, but I also think PE needs to be a required course, and they'll get much more out of things in life. Thank you.
Are there any other comments in the Zoom?
No, that was the only comment. Sorry.
Thank you.
There is one more. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. The next commenter is Jean Kendall.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today. I wanted to, I actually wanted to come in with a nice, good speech, but Miss Bowles actually just absolutely nailed it. This is a real issue where we're looking at physical education in a very narrow aspect of physical activity when there's so much more to our subject. We already went through this entire process last year when we were looking at the PE exemption for sport, and we decided at that time that marching band would not be included in it. I don't know why less than a year later we're already trying to push through marching band yet again when we already went through this process last year. It seems like there might be a secondary agenda going on. I'm not sure. But yeah, PE is a core subject that seems to be continuously attacked the last few years from our board. And I'm worried for our subject. I'm worried for our students. I'm worried about equitability, especially between the schools, because we're looking at only one high school that currently has a marching band. And then just in terms of equitability of access. This is a very troubling situation. I would recommend the board to reconsider this agenda item and hopefully, and think a little bit deeper on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And President Lieber, that was the last comment.
Thank you. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. One of the first things I was able to do when I could get out was attend a lunch with other trustees, and the PE issue came up. And what was interesting with the trustees in these other districts is their districts has decided to give credit for sports like we had did, and found out why the state says it's an exemption. And what had happened in those situations is when you're giving credit for outside sports is these students got their high school credits too quickly. And by the end of their junior years had enough credits to graduate. And so it was interesting because by exempting, they were able to keep the credits for the teachers. So I had a couple of questions for Mr. Baldwin, if that's okay. So I just wanted you to talk about the requirements for high school graduation and how they've gone up and down from the state. Just what's like as far as with PE, because we talked about this in an email, just how the PE requirements have changed throughout the years.
Yeah, that it is interesting. Last year was a kind of a pivotal year for the state of California for making the determination between what historically has been happening with most districts is giving credit for PE for sports. And that I think in real time we experienced it in 1 week. The concept of pivoting to an exemption process and so what that does is instead of having 2 years of PE credit that's a graduation requirement by the state of California, where you would take PE 9 and what we call course 2 PE in sophomore year, we're saying that we're exempting students from course 2 PE if they participate in a CIF sanctioned sport, right? There are still other districts in the Bay Area, one very close where my kids go, where they're giving credit and putting it on the transcript, and they actually call it out on the transcript, season of sport, spring season of sports swim or whatever, and they actually assign a credit to it, right? But one of the things we talked about a lot last year as we went through this process was it's about, I think, enabling more opportunity for students to be exposed to other things, electives, AP, a lot of different opportunities, right? And so it's not about giving them credit, it's about exempting them so that they have room in their schedule to explore other opportunities, but also kind of look at electives, AP, CTE, a lot of different things. CTE, most CTE pathways start in sophomore year. There's a lot that start in junior year, but it gives more opportunities for that too. So that's kind of the change that kind of occurred system-wide, statewide, between giving credit for PE or giving credit for a season of sport for PE for second year PE and doing an exemption.
So you still need 230 credits to graduate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what
It's
is it?
change? It just
That
now
is
they
not
have to fill it
changed.
with something else, right?
And so when you exempt someone for 10 credits, we're not giving them 10 credits.
No.
And they could still take PE.
Absolutely.
They still have to have 230 credits. That hasn't changed.
That has not changed.
Okay. The next question I have, because I used to work at Wilcox, and I remember when we had this like 3/4, 1/4 thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you explain how the requirements have changed with PE?
Yeah, it's evolved over the last 4 years. When I arrived, you had PE 9 that everybody took. You had course 2 PE, and then you had a semester or a quarter PE and a quarter health, which was the equivalent of another semester, right? So all students took 2.5 years of PE, but a quarter of that third year was, or this, you know what I mean? The first half of the third year, the quarter of that was health. The determination through a process of trying to look at doing health as a standalone and scaling back to what most districts in the state of California require for PE was looking at either doing an embedded health within biology or somewhere else, or doing a standalone health. We decided as a district to do a standalone health class and then bookend that with an ethnic studies requirement that was coming down as a graduation requirement, and then have 2 years of PE, right? So we have PE 9 and course 2 PE as a graduation requirement.
So the other requirement that has been added to students is ethnic studies.
Yes.
And then what's the next thing that's being added to students for a graduation requirement?
Yeah, so personal finance or financial literacy is also coming down the road. So that framework is supposed to be released by the state by the end of May. If they don't release what the state says, if we don't release a framework by the end of May, it's up to the LEA to determine, basically develop our own curriculum and our own framework and our own coursework to implement and have that implemented by 2030. So and personal finance is interesting because they're saying that you can't embed that anywhere. It has to be a standalone class. You can't like embed it in an existing economics class or an existing math class. It has to be a standalone class. You can't replace. It has to be by itself, basically. My mind is all over the place with how it could be offered, but trying to determine where to put that when the freshman year and really the sophomore year is so impacted by course schedules, trying to come to the conclusion of where that would fit, and the fact that personal finance can replace economics. And the state was allowing that for personal finance or financial literacy to replace economics in senior year, but cannot be embedded in economics. So that the determination was that the only place to really put it would be in senior year to bookend government.
So when the state makes these changes or these allowances, it does impact what students can and cannot take, but it does not impact the number of credits that the students need to take to fulfill their graduation requirements. And therefore, okay. Because
I will say adding ethnic studies as a semester and adding health, and then adding personal finances at senior year, that's 15 credits in the 230 that are now impacting a student's schedule and they have to take it as a graduation requirement. So
right. And I just bring that up because one of the things that I know that students are struggling with and is how to fit things in. And I'm feeling that with my own children. My children participated in music and from elementary and middle school, and both dropped it in high school because they couldn't fit it in their schedules. And it is so difficult because of all of the requirements and the limited places in the schedule, and especially because it seems like all these requirements are placed in freshman and sophomore year for the students. So I just wanted to thank you for that explanation, because sometimes I just want to say the exemption does not take away the 230 required credits. No. Okay, thanks.
Trustee Canova?
This is a planning item.
Correct.
Okay.
It will come back.
So we're not taking action tonight.
Not tonight.
But it'll return to us. So, and we were speaking to the marching band, and so I'm just looking through it because there's a lot of things here in this planning item. But I'm looking at the form that's part of this in the packet for the marching band. Have you looked at that? I assume all of you have.
The exhibit, yeah.
Yeah, the exhibit. Yeah, so I'm just curious about, and you mentioned another district. What's going on around us? What is the best practice? Because if this is a common thing that's done in districts all around us, then it just seems logical that we should be doing the same. Yeah, can anyone speak to, maybe Damon, can you speak to that? Are we odd here? What's going on around us?
Actually, Ms. Meltzer has done a little bit of research and she could speak to it.
We pulled all of the board policies that are in Assembly to sort of see how many mentioned marching band in their physical activity board policy 614 2.7. And we found 138 districts have marching band listed in it. That would be 138 out of 421 school districts who would have a policy such as that. So a unified or a high school district that does not include elementary districts in the state of California. So that's approximately 32% of the ones that we were able to find in Assembly do include marching band. We did get a request to dig a little bit deeper this week and figure out which ones are actually providing the exemption. And we have reached out to almost 25 districts, but have only heard back from 4 so far since we got back from break on Monday. And 50% of them do provide 50% of the 4 that have responded provide exemption, 50% do not currently. So we have been trying to research and get information from as many districts as we can. We'll continue to try to collect that information to get a more complete picture. But
So that's statewide.
yes, statewide, correct.
So when you get more information, I'd like maybe a bit more of a Silicon Valley focus.
Yes, it's interesting. In Assembly, there were only probably 2 or 3 around us that do it, but not all of our Silicon Valley counterparts post their board policies in Assembly. So I'm wondering, Mr. Baldwin, did you have any additional memory of when you were doing, well, you didn't look into marching band specifically, I'm sorry. I know you talked to a lot of other districts about physical education a year ago, but we didn't have a chance to talk to all of the high school districts yet in the area.
Yeah, I would just say the research last year was mostly anecdotal, right? I saw it a lot, but we saw a lot of different things. districts handle it differently. I know that marching band and Johnny obviously could probably speak to it better than I could, but I know with marching band, an exemption probably across the state is going to appear more than credit given, because how marching band is handled district to district and school to school is different. Not every single marching band is an elective, or sometimes it's a club. And so it's treated differently. So it would be interesting to see how many of them do exemptions, how many of them give credit, and kind of gather some data.
And I'll just close out my time. I only have not too much time left, but our students did a great presentation. Really appreciated that. And wow, it's making me think for my own routine at home on the walking pad. I'm going to play some kind of instrument. I think my wife might not let me do that though. But I just think it was a very impressive presentation. I think when it comes to physical activity, our goal here is whatever that niche is that a student finds that they fall in love with and they get active with for a lifetime. That's really what this is about, you know. And so I say open up the entire menu of possibilities. I mean, who knows what it might be? It could be Tai Chi, it could be, who knows? But just really encourage activity wherever it falls, you know. And you made a really powerful case for the involvement, the physical activity involved in what you do. Thank you.
I think you said you were a local district. Which one? Campbell Unified. Okay. I didn't remember if you said what the district was. Okay. Okay, thank you. Trustee Rotterman.
So I'm a former band parent. I guess I'm still a parent, but former band. And watching those students over the course of 6 years, that is a strenuous activity. It is amazing. The kids, we had to deal with the uniforms, and they come back and they're soaked with sweat. Sorry, that's probably too graphic. But at any rate, that is a very strenuous activity. And so the physical activity component of this, I completely agree with that. I think that's acceptable. I think that we've already taken sort of a stand by exempting CIF, organized sports. The one piece of the argument that's out there that I think has credibility about going against this is that there are other things taught in PE other than just having physical activity. So there are nutrition, there's a variety of other things that are taught. My suggestion would be that if that is something that we determine is necessary, we find a supplemental way to do it. I think we should approve the ability to have an exemption for the band is PE. But if we feel there's another, like a health class or some other kind of class that provides those other educational components that are missing, I would support that, possibly, depending on how that's structured. However, we're not doing that currently for the CIF other activities. So then that begs the question of why aren't we doing it there? So from my perspective, what I see here, I would be in favor of this. We'll see what comes with the other reports, and this is our first reading of this. But, you know, if you've been involved, by the way, I was a little disappointed you didn't play the instrument. I noticed you were missing the mouthpiece. Okay, so that's the end of my time. Thank you.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. Thank you for the presentation. As a former runner who's done half marathons and marathons, I could totally relate to what you were talking about regarding holding the instrument and having to have, you know, good lungs and being able to breathe, you know, after a period of time. So thank you for that, you know, being able to relate in that way. I was just going to suggest, because and then Ms. Wasaki did make a comment that there's going to be some upcoming discussions on this issue as well. I don't know if it's possible that we just pull this board policy item until we get all the reports. Ms. Meltzer is getting additional information. So until we have the full package, is it possible to just make a motion to pull this item until we have a complete report that we can really make a good decision about this board policy?
Well, it is coming back. So we're not voting on it tonight.
I understand. But yeah, but it'll just give more time. I don't know when it would come back to the board.
It'll come back at the next board meeting.
Is that a sufficient time to gather all the information, you think? It is? Okay. Okay, then I just wanted to make that suggestion in case there's not sufficient time.
Ms. Pelter, is that?
We will have information for you at the next board meeting.
Okay.
Would you like it uploaded with the agenda, or can we share it at the board meeting?
I would upload it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Muirhead?
Well, I was going to make a comment, but just to what Ms. Meltzer said, just realize that if she has to upload it, that means she only has a week. And if she brings it to the board meeting, it means she has 2 weeks to gather information. So
Whatever Ms. Meltzer would like to do is fine. If you need, whatever makes this easier and gets the information, whatever gets us the information.
But I would think we would have more information if we give her 2 weeks rather than 1. But that wasn't what I wanted to talk on. I just
we actually have 3 weeks between board meetings this time. So also.
It will be 2 weeks.
We will have something on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. So what I just want to say, I also had a child in marching band, and this is a child who never enjoyed PE, but she loved marching band, and she would come home sweaty and disgusting every time after practice for hours and hours on Saturdays, and she worked really hard. And this is a child who never wanted to do PE. So I say if there's a way to keep kids active and finding lifelong ways to be active, I think that needs to be celebrated. That was her family, the marching band.
Trustee Ryan?
Sorry, I had to find the unmute. I wanted to thank the students for coming in and really making a powerful case for I'm not a marching band parent, but the physical activity involved in being in marching band. I mean, I know I had growing up, had lots of friends in marching band. I know how physically active they were. And one of the students made the point about this is a competitive activity. The marching band students who came do compete against other schools, and it is a competitive sport. And I think the argument about teaching kids to have lifelong activity and the importance of lifelong activity, when you're doing something that you're passionate about, as in marching band and being involved in music, that is a lifelong passion. And it is nurtured and encouraged through marching band. So I think that argument there is marching band fulfills that argument because this is something students have. You have to be passionate about it to make that commitment. And I appreciated the student who compared, who keeps track of his physical activity, and as for him, marching band has been the most physically active sport he's been involved in, as compared to both PE and even another competitive sport. So I think it's really clear that this should be added. This should be changed. I don't feel a need to wait for more information. Different trustees can make different decisions about that, what more information they would like to have. But I think it's pretty clear this should be counted as a physical activity. I think when we initially moved for the policy last year, we were trying to keep it very clean to just the sports initially, but marching band was certainly a consideration even then. And I think what we've seen is making it even more so. Anyway, I look forward to it coming back at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. I think everyone has commented, so we can move on from this item if there are no other questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Okay. Next item is report from the board. But we have to resume closed session. So unless there's some real important need to do reports from the board, I'd rather move to closed session.
President Lieberman, I was wondering if you had an estimate for how long closed session would take and if we should extend the meeting now, so to interrupt.
Oh, that's a good question.
Take more than an hour and
I
10
think it will take more than an hour, so I would say yes. We
So
need to
move to extend to 11:30.
Well, second.
Okay. I have a motion from trustee Muirhead and a second from trustee Rotterman to extend the meeting to 11:30. Student trustee Suresh,
Yes.
trustee Canova,
11:30. What's wrong with you people?
Yes or no?
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Given that it's 5 o'clock in the morning here, I will vote yes, but I may not be able to stay the whole time if we go that late.
Okay.
President Lieberman, I did want to make, go ahead.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes.
My apologies. I did want to make one announcement, just, I don't know how many people are listening, but the Educational Scholarships Council, ESC, that raises funds for our New Valley and our Wilson students is having a goodwill drive on this Saturday at the Adult Ed Options. Some people know it as Wilson campus, some people know it as Adult Ed or Ed Options. And that starts at 9 o'clock. So if you've got some stuff you'd like to donate that the Goodwill truck can take, we would greatly appreciate that. That's one of their fundraisers. Thank you.
Okay. The board will go into closed session. Before I read what we will be doing there, because we will adjourn at a later hour, I wanted to read a little statement because we are going to adjourn tonight in memory of Paul Adame. So we will close tonight's meeting in memory of Paul Adame, a beloved custodian at Montague Elementary School who tragically passed away in a car accident last weekend. Paul dedicated 15 years of service to Santa Clara Unified students and to our community. He began his time in Santa Clara as a substitute custodian, then as a bus driver and night custodian before being promoted to lead day custodian. He spent his most joyful years at Montague Elementary School. Montague students recall Mr. Paul as kind and playful. He liked to share little sweet surprises on desks or in cubbies. He would drop Post-its on teachers' desks with kind messages and had a lot of love to share. He is also a cherished member of the local baseball community. It has been shared that he coached local baseball teams for 30 years. Paul's loss is being felt intensely by many throughout our district. We extend our deepest condolences and sympathies to his family and loved ones during this very difficult time. The board will resume closed session at this time. We will be considering the following: U1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9D2 and 54956.9E2, one case. U2, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54857, agency designated representative Bonnie Lieberman, board president, title superintendent. We will see you hopefully before 11:30. Okay, the board has returned from closed session. In closed session, the board discussed items U1 and U2. For U1, the board received information and gave direction. For item U2, the board received information and discussed but took no action. Could I please get a motion?
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman?
Ms. Meltzer, is trustee Ryan on?
Yes, she is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if I had to do a roll call or not. Trustee
It's
Canova.
fine.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. We are adjourned at 11:17.